This you're looking at a live view of the SpaceX Starship, Ship 39 and Booster 19 preparing for Starship Flight 12, the first V3 flight. Recently, we had LOX subcooler start, the CH4 subcooler start, and liquid methane recondenser start. And we are getting ready for go for fueling. That should be at about T minus 50 minutes. So everything's looking amazing. These cameras are from NASA Spaceflight. They're live Starbase cameras. I have linked their channel in the description. Okay, so I will... Okay, so we've just passed through T minus 2 hours and 43 minutes until the window opens at 4:30 p.m. Mountain Time and 5:30 p.m. local time. If you have any questions, you can send them into the question area in the chat. But yeah, everything's looking good for flight. Weather is still trending towards getting better and better throughout the window. And we should expect the launch director to give go for fueling at around T minus 50 minutes. So, yes, we're expecting the roadblock that you can see at the top right of your screen to clear sometime the next hour and a half. So everything's trending very good for a launch at the very start of the window. Okay, so what I wanted to cover is the flight profile for today's flight. So just starting at the T minus phase before the flight, at T minus 50 minutes, we will have flight director conducting the pull and giving a go for propellant load. In this pull, they'll verify systems like the ship and booster, the Raptor 3 engines, the pad, the tower, the tank farm. They'll also verify that the range is clear and the weather is good at the window. And then at T minus 38 minutes and 53 seconds, we will have ship LOX load beginning. This is liquid oxygen. It's just pure oxygen that is cryogenically cooled to negative 235 degrees Celsius around that area. And at that point, oxygen actually it isn't a gas anymore, it's a liquid. And it's the same with booster fuel, as well as ship fuel and booster LOX. Now, skimming through, at T minus 21 minutes and 30 seconds, the Raptor engines actually chilled down. This is in preparation for them facing the cryogenic propellants. If you just suddenly start flowing them in, you could actually crack the pipes, crack gearing, you could break the engine. So you actually need to you don't condition the engine for the heat, you actually condition it for the cold. So that'll happen both on the booster and ship. It'll happen on the ship again well in flight before MECO and ship engine ignition. Now at T minus 2 minutes 50 seconds, the booster propellant load will complete, and 40 seconds later, the ship propellant load will be complete. This will be the most fuel ever held on a single vehicle, breaking Starship's own record. That was set in early 2025 at the debut of Starship Block 2. Now at T minus 30 seconds, this is the moment that you're all waiting for. The launch director will give a go for launch. Launch director will give a go for launch. At this point, the Starship's onboard flight computers will take control of the countdown. They will be commanding everything from just pressurization of the tanks to the flame diverter starting up, engine starting, and obviously the launch. Now at T minus 17 seconds, this is where you can really see a difference between pad 1 and pad 2, is the flame diverter. Instead of water coming out from all angles, it will come out from just two sides coming out of the flame trench. And this will actually happen 7 seconds earlier. On pad 1, it was at T minus 10 seconds, but at pad 2, it's actually going to be T minus 17. Now, at T minus 3 seconds, the flight computers will send the command to start up the Super Heavy's 33 Raptor engines. For the next 3 seconds, there will be a series of health checks being performed by the booster and pad. They will be talking to each other. The pad will verify that it's experiencing the expected amount of thrust, and the booster will verify that the chamber pressures are nominal. And at T minus 0 seconds, the clamps will release, and we will have liftoff. Now, it's expected, it hasn't been confirmed, but around first motion, or when the vehicle first lifts off the pad, the water-cooled top deck will start up. It will be very apparent when it starts up, and it is the biggest deluge ever made. Now, going through, obviously at T minus 0 seconds, we have liftoff. And actually, this is where Starship really sets itself apart. Is it's actually T plus, 45 seconds max Q happens. This is just about the earliest that it's ever been for a rocket. It's usually around T plus 1 minute. But you can just see, like, under the power of the 33 Raptor engines, it is going to come off the pad so quickly. Now, as we're coming up, we're going to have stage separation. A series of events will happen in extremely quick succession, as you can see on the timeline. Now, at T plus 2 minutes and 22 seconds, it'll be Super Heavy MECO. Usually, MECO means main engine cutoff, but in this case, it actually means most engines cut off. It's gonna cut off 30 of its 33 Raptor engines, leaving only the center 3 continuing to fire. Now, these center 3 will continue firing for the entirety of the boost back burn as well. So, at 2 seconds later, we will see the 6 Raptor engines of the Starship upper stage ignite. And about 1 second later, we will see the releasing of the clamps on the Super Heavy. It will begin performing its flip. Now, what sets another thing that varies with Starship V3 is the ship will have a almost staggered engine ignition sequence. And what that does is it helps nudge the booster straight up. If you were looking at Starship on the ground, the most efficient way to rotate the booster for its boost back burn is straight up, as it's just the least amount of distance. So this was achieved on later flights of version 2 by blocking off some of the ports on the hot stage ring or HSR. But now all of the ports are open, and it'll be the ship and most likely also a staggered startup of the booster engines that will assist in flipping the booster in the correct direction. So now at T plus 2 minutes and 33 seconds, the booster will no longer be connected to the ship. It will be flipped 180 degrees over, and it will continue, and it'll have its 13 center Raptor engines, the gimbling engines, lit up, and it will boost back to the launch site. Now, it's not gonna attempt, there is not a catch for today's flight. It will splash down just off the coast of the launch site. So it's going to have a boost back burn as if it was going towards the launch site, but it will stop the boost back burn before its trajectory gets to the towers. So you can see it's going to be a minute long boost back burn. You can see that like on catch missions. Obviously, this will most likely change with V3 because of the increased thrust to weight ratio. If you're going back to the tower, it would be about 30 seconds longer. But so it's a minute boost back burn, and then it's going to actually flip over. So while this is happening, it's going to guide itself using its grid fins for orientation. It has 3 grid fins. The one standalone grid fin is for yaw, and the two that are aligned with each other are for both the roll and pitch. So these will be used to orientate the booster, and the lifting body design of the booster allows it to fly. So it's not the grid fins that are producing lift, contrary to popular belief. It's the booster itself. Though the grid fins are orientating the booster so that it can use that design. So then at T plus 6 minutes and 34 seconds, we're gonna see booster landing burn start up. Once again, it's not gonna be landing at a catch tower. It is going to slow down and hopefully enter a hover above the water, and then they will cut off the engines. Now, the reason why they're doing a hover and just letting it slam into the water instead of softly putting it down on the water is that they've zero intention of reusing this booster. And it creates quite a bit of complications if you softly put the booster down, because that means that it's still floating. It is pretty much empty when it does this landing burn, and it vents off a lot of the propellants. So it will float. And this will cause major issues, such as the Flight 6 booster, Booster 13, that performed that offshore divert, it gently landed in the water and it floated all the way down to Mexico. So it was a massive complication to go and get the booster. So they're going to drop it into the water so that it explodes on impact, sinking it immediately. Now we'll see if they will decide to do some tests during the landing burn, but it'll most likely be a standard landing burn that we've seen from previous missions. And now about 25 seconds later, we will have SECO, or ship engine cutoff. Now this, if it makes it to SECO first try, this will be the first version to make it there first try. Obviously, like Flight 1 of Block 1, the Starship wasn't even able to separate, so we'll hope that it goes a heck of a lot better than that. And there was some teething problems with Starship version 2. But with a series of upgrades, we should have it making SECO right on time. And now, once again, Starship will be in a suborbital trajectory. It will not be going orbital. This is to reduce risk if they happen to not be able to deorbit it. Starship is the largest single object to ever go to space. So if you weren't able to deorbit it, it would eventually succumb to atmospheric drag and re-enter uncontrollably. And with the heat shield tiles on the body of the ship, a lot of the ship would survive making it back, and it could cause some damage because you wouldn't be able to aim where it's coming down. So now, once we're on the coast, at about T plus 17 minutes and 37 seconds, we'll have payload deploy demo start. Now, where this varies from version 2 is it used to be around 6 to 8 Starlink simulators that were on the ship. Now, these Starlink simulators, they were extremely simple. They were just pieces of metal that were the size of a Starlink. They didn't have any electronics. They didn't have anything. They were just pieces of stainless steel. Now, that's going to change on this flight. Not only is the PEZ dispenser upgraded so that it has faster deployment speeds and the deployments will be a lot smoother, the last 2 of the 22 now on the Starship will have cameras on them. So this will be the first time we will see video of the Starship floating in space from a third-person view. So that'll be very exciting to see. Now, the reason why these last 2 have cameras are to observe the heat shield and its status after ascent. So a series of the heat tiles have been painted white on the Starship. These are still regular heat tiles, they just have paint coverings over them. And what these are they're meant to be used as markers, so just the Starlinks know that, hey, that's the heat shield. And they will observe and see, hey, is there any missing tiles on the vehicle? Is there any cracked tiles? Are there any misaligned tiles on the vehicle? And this is to see the readiness for return to launch site activities for the ship. Okay. Now, at T plus 27 minutes and 15 seconds, that will complete the payload deploy demo. And at T plus 38 minutes and 37 seconds, this will be the Raptor in-space relight demo. This will be of a single Raptor engine. It'll be a sea level engine because those are able to gimbal. The vacuum Raptors actually can't. They are fixed in place, but the sea levels are capable of TVC control. So this will be a demonstration of a single Raptor engine demonstrating the capability to light the Raptor engine in the vacuum of space and obviously in microgravity. Now, after all that, we're going to come in at T plus 47 minutes and 47 seconds. We'll have entry interface. The vehicle will be heated up to around 2,500 degrees Celsius as it takes the brunt of that entry with that heat shield. Now, as we're coming in, As they're coming in at around 85 kilometers, the flaps will take control of the vehicle. This is when the atmosphere gets thick enough that the four flaps that you saw on the ship will have enough control authority. So you'll be able to see there'll be tests before launch and also during reentry. You'll be able to see how the flaps retract and extend to act as different drag elements, and that will allow the Starship to have control. Now, also during this, they will intentionally stress out the rear flaps by performing a series of pitches that will really put a lot of strain on the rear flaps to test the limits. Once again, the payload today is data. So, this is what these test flights are for. Stress the vehicle, push it to its absolute limits, see where it breaks, and then iterate from there. Now, also during this time, the Starship will be flying a simulated return to launch site, or RTLS, course. Now, the way that Starbase is positioned, if a Starship is coming back, it will need to fly over populated areas. So, as a requirement for that, since you aren't allowed to fly a reentry over populated areas, they need to angle the vehicle so that it guides itself at hypersonic speeds, allowing it to actually just go around the exclusion zones. Also, then you need to rotate the ship 180 degrees, because if you just came in straight on from the reentry attitude, you wouldn't face the chopsticks. You would actually face the opposite direction. After all that, at just over an hour and 2 minutes, Starship will be transonic. It will be passing, obviously transitioning, that's how it gets its name, from the supersonic to subsonic regime. So this can actually cause slight instability, which is why it's very important that they dial in the controls for this portion of the flight, because parts of the ship, such as like the flaps, could still be supersonic while like the body is subsonic, and this could cause quite a bit of turbulence in the air. And now, at T plus 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 8 seconds, Starship will be fully subsonic, and it will enter its next control mode, which is the belly flop. Relative to the ground, it will be about 90 degrees, actually. It will be 90 degrees relative to the ground, and once again these flaps will be continuing to guide it down, keeping it in orientation and putting it onto target. And now at T plus 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 8 seconds, these flaps will fully extend, and these two aft flaps will fully retract as the three gimbling Raptor 3 engines will ignite, rotating the vehicle to perpendicular relative to the ground. But since this actually induces some horizontal velocity, it won't just go perpendicular. It'll actually slightly overshoot and then return to it. And now, since the Raptors have an extreme thrust-to-weight ratio relative to a pretty empty ship, they won't actually, the Starship won't land if they have all three engines running. It will just lift back off. So they'll actually come in, they will throttle down the Raptors, and then go from 3 engines to 2 engines, continuing throttling down, and they go from 2 engines to 1 engine, which will then land them on the water. And now at this time, the vehicle will tip over and explode. So, when it does explode, on landing, that's not a flaw. It's part of the design. Not part of the design. It's intentional. So that's just a little rundown of the. That's just a little rundown of the flight profile that we were expecting for today's flight. Once again, the data is the payload today. So this is an extremely new vehicle. It is, new ship, new booster, new pad, new tower. So if some things don't go quite to plan, whether that be on ascent, coast, or reentry, or booster descent, Um, it's fine. This is the way the program works, and this is what produces extremely reliable vehicles. This methodology produced the Falcon 9, the most reliable rocket ever made, and since they do it with Starship to a more extreme level, it'll actually make Starship more reliable, which is very important for the objectives that they have for it. You know, returning humans to the moon as the Starship HLS lander alongside obviously other landers from Blue Origin. Um, increasing the just rapidly increasing the amount of payload you can send to orbits, as well as the moon, to Mars, and all over the solar system, and ultimately make life multiplanetary on Mars. So these gigantic goals need big steps like this flight. This is one of, if not the most important launch of the program thus far. Everything is new, things are unproven, so it is all about getting the data from today's flight, moving on to Flight 13. Now, if all goes well on today's flight, FCC filings, Federal Communication Commission, they are the United States' agency of just like divvying up radio frequencies. There was an FCC filing that Starship would be eligible to go to orbit on Flight 13. Now, they'll probably only do that only if all goes well on Flight 12 and they are able to demonstrate that they can light the Raptor in space and do all the objectives. So that's what we're really hoping for today, that we'll be able to see a fully successful flight, all objectives completed, and go on to Flight 13, go to orbit, and possibly Flight 14, catch the ship. So it's very exciting times. This next big age in human space exploration is coming up extremely quickly. We're already kind of in it, and it's really exciting times. So, commentary. I will resume commentary at most likely around T-1 hour. So, in around 45 minutes. So, yeah, I'll see you guys there. Okay, so around T minus 1 hour and 15 minutes till launch, there was a slight 30-minute delay. SpaceX officially confirmed that. They haven't said why, but hopefully we'll just hear why. It's most likely just due to weather, but weather is still trending to look amazing for today's launch. And this time I wanted to talk about notices and like notices to aircraft and notices to boats. Now, rockets on ascent always fly over the water, so as well as on reentry they come over the water. But like that'll probably become more and more they actually start coming on over land. It already happens on reentry of a lot of capsules, notably the Dragon capsule, but also on Starship. There will obviously in the future be flying over land, but on ascent, it's always over water. So the two places you need to. The area that it's flying over is known as the range. There is a range for launch, which you can see right here. And then we also have a range for reentry. So you need to secure both the air and the water. And in order to do this, what they do is there are notices that are released. There are a bunch, such as notice to air missions or NOTAMs. Sorry, the screen capture stopped. Notice to air missions or NOTAMs. There are TFRs or temporary flight restrictions and that's for the air. And now going to the water, there's nav warnings. There is broadcasted notice to mariners, and there is a local notice to mariners. And obviously there's FAA operations advisory, like advising air traffic controllers saying, hey, there's a rocket launch here, so there might be disruptions in aircraft coming in, so just be advised about that. So this is all meant for the safety of the public. Now, obviously, we do not want rockets to fail, but if they do, this is here for the safety so that it makes sure that the debris coming down won't hurt anyone and won't hit anything. So these are for the launch. You can see it's a lot wider. It like starts off really thin, then it gets wider, and then it gets thinner again. So you can see around where it starts to converge in. This is about where we're going to have stage separation. In this larger area is for the booster coming back. And as it gets slowly thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner, this is where the ship is on ascent. And at the very end point right here, oh no, that is where we have SECO. So then they're going to coast all the way around the world. And we will come in for re-entry of the ship. Once again, we have notice to mariners in blue, and the notice to air missions / TFRs in red. Now there's also a black area. This is called a compass advisory. This is it's there as a secondary failsafe. The way that navigations are used on that is it ensures that even if your navigation equipment fails, you will still know not to go into there. It's called compass because it can be navigated using a compass. So this will ensure that even if your navigation hardware is a bit iffy, you won't accidentally stroll in to one of these rocket launch areas. So that's why if you're going to watch a rocket launch, and if you're in the air or at the sea while watching it, you need to make sure that you are not in these areas, or else that will cause a scrub of the launch. It would cause a hold and then maybe a scrub. So that's things that we don't want. We always want rockets to launch, and we're T minus 1 hour and 8 minutes and some change from this rocket launch, Flight 12. Also, some extra news: the roadblock that used to be at the roadblock that used to be at the road at the top right of your screen is now cleared. This means that there are propellants being prepped to be loaded onto the vehicle. Now this venting from the tower, you'll notice this tower vent. What that's for is it's purging the lines. Since these are cryogenic propellants, if you just start running the cryogenic propellants through them, you could crack and break the lines. It's the same reason why they chill down the Raptor engines. So they're flowing liquid nitrogen through, and that's just a boiling off when it gets into the starbase air around Texas. So we're coming in, and we're getting real close to launch, and it's going to be extremely exciting. So yeah, preparations are very much going well. At around T-1 hour, I will come back and I want to talk about the Raptor 3. So I will see you guys there. Okay, so we are T minus 1 hour from the hopeful launch of Starship Flight 12, and so we're about 10 minutes away from hopefully hearing that the launch directors go for prop load. Now, at this time, I want to talk about the what what all this fuel is for, which is the Raptor engines. Now, the Raptor engines are the first ever flight-proven full flow stage combustion cycle engine. This is the most complex, most efficient chemical rocket engine cycle ever. Now, it does this for a few reasons, and that's why I'm going to explain this. So, usually, there are a series of different ways that you can pump fuel into your rocket. You can do it pressure fed. You can do it using electric pumps. You can do it using a gas generator cycle. Now this kind of cycle is called open loop because you're actively dumping propellant overboard. Or you can do a closed cycle method using either a fuel preburner or an oxygen preburner. Now how you make a preburner is it's very important that the stoichiometric ratio is you do not follow the stoichiometric ratio. What this ratio is the ideal ratio between two propellants to have a perfect combustion, meaning 100% of the combustants are used up, making it the most efficient. So for methane, it's about 4 grams of oxygen per 1 gram of methane. And to do this, now you can see how if you look at the Raptor engine, the LOX preburner is a lot bigger than the methane preburner. It's about 4 times bigger because it flows 4 times more propellants. And to make a preburner, if let's say you want it to be oxidizer rich, you put in you take a bit of fuel from the fuel line, and then you put all of your oxidizer through it. So it will produce thrust, but the vast majority of the oxidizer will still not have been used up, though it will get gasified. And this makes it more efficient when it gets combusted because you can burn it all more easily. So the idea between a full flow stage combustion cycle is what if you gasified both propellants? So that's why it has both a fuel-rich preburner and an oxygen-rich preburner. Now, it has so many benefits, such as being a lot more powerful, a lot more efficient, but it is so hard to get right, especially on startup. Those two preburners need to be running in perfect unison. Like I said, the fuel-rich preburner is mechanically linked to the turbo pump that pumps in the fuel, and the oxidizer-rich preburner is mechanically linked to the oxidizer turbo pump that pumps in the oxidizer. So, if these are out of sync, such as if the fuel-rich preburner is running more than the oxidizer-rich preburner is, it can cause propellant instability, causing combustion instability, which at the end of the day will ultimately destroy your rocket engine. So it's so unbelievably hard to get it right. And that's why Raptor is the first and so far only flight proven full flow stage combustion cycle rocket engine. Because they're the only ones that so far have been able to get it right. Furthermore, the methane, before it actually goes to the preburner, it's not shown in this graph, but after it goes through the turbo pump, it actually will run in tiny channels inside the engine nozzle. What this allows is that it cools down the engine so that it doesn't melt, and you don't need to use film cooling, which just drops the propellants off, or an ablative cooling, which is, well, if it's ablative, it's not good for usability. One moment, I'm just looking. It appears that we have some very, very good signs at the tank farm. It's getting a lot more active. The the individual ship and booster liquid methane subcoolers are becoming active, so this is looking very good. Now, continuing on, if you just flow it through the nozzle and don't have it actually touch it, it's just inside the nozzle, it won't use up the propellant, so it's substantially more efficient. So, doing all this, it makes an extremely complex rocket engine. So, Raptor is the most powerful, most vicious, most unforgiving rocket engine ever made. And there's 33 on the bottom of Super Heavy. So it's going to be very, very exciting to see how this goes on the Super Heavy on the ship. Not only is the Deluge on Pad 1 used to be powered by nitrogen tanks, that like highly pressurized nitrogen that drove the water. But Pad 2's Deluge is actually powered by Raptor powerheads. So it's a Raptor 3 engine without the nozzle. So it produces so much pressure in it's substantially more compact. It has more, there's 4 of them, and it still has like twice as much pressure as about 18 pressurized nitrogen tanks. Because this is what they were built for, extreme chamber pressures. So, it's going to be very exciting. That's personally what I'm really excited to see, is I'm really excited to see these Raptor 3s in flight. We've seen them tested so much on the ground. I'm so excited to see, Super Heavy liftoff power under the power of those 33 Raptor 3s, and ship flying under the power of those 6 Raptor 3s on their respective ascents. So I'm just taking a look. Here so, everything's looking very good for launch. I will come back hopefully in about a minute. Like a minute to 2 minutes. I'm bringing some news that the flight director is go for propellant load. So I'll see you guys there. and I've come in with some very, very good news. The launch reactor is go for propellant load of the SpaceX Starship. Preparation for Flight 12. Here we go. So around T-minus 38 minutes, we're going to see, so about 10 minutes from now, we're going to hopefully see ship LOX load. So it's starting to feel very real. Getting very exciting for this. Right, and it's that time again. We're getting ready for Starship Flight 12. Stream's gonna start any minute now. So let's get going.
The night beckons while you dream.
All right, so this is kind of where, unfortunately, I wasn't able to complete that edit because it looks like it was getting extremely laggy. But hopefully we'll be able to, watch play it at the end of the stream. But this is kind of where the reaction aspect comes in, because like everyone here watching is seeing this stream for the very first time. So hopefully they show some and tell us some very interesting details. So it's starting to feel very real. Getting ready for the 12th flight of Starship and the first flight of V3. Was shot inside the engine section of the Starship. About 3 minutes, we're expecting ship locks load to begin.
Three satellites.
Oh shoot!
These new satellites aim to substantially increase capacity in orbit, strengthen the network, and deliver an improved experience for customers on Earth. Starship will also carry our upcoming V2 Starlink mobile satellites, which are expected to provide direct 5G connectivity from space straight to mobile phones worldwide.
Now, as a reminder for all of you watching at home, what we're doing today is a test. Like we mentioned earlier, we've redesigned the majority of this rocket and its systems. From the outside, for those of you that have tuned in before, it might look pretty familiar, but beneath the surface, it's all new. And the primary objective today is to put it all together in a real live flight environment. In order to learn, we gotta launch.
Yeah, and really it's the data we're expecting to get back from today's flight that's going to bring us closer to making Starship operational and unlocking the next generation of our future in space. So no matter the outcome of today's test flight, excitement is guaranteed.
Most definitely. And speaking of excitement, Dan Hewitt is in a pretty exciting place. He's stationed just outside of the Launch Control Center, a couple floors above us. How's it going up there, Dan?
Kate, it couldn't be going better. We have a blue sky outside. I'm beyond psyched. Hello, everybody. I'm Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. It's been far too long. Welcome back for another Starship launch. Things are looking good. We are counting down. We moved into our window a little bit, but we are looking good right now at this moment. Behind me, you see the flight control team, the RON console, looking at the rocket, the pad, the range, the weather, everything as we count down to liftoff. We're going to be getting into prop load in just a couple of minutes, and we are counting down to a liftoff at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. The weather is great. We haven't had a blue sky all day. There you can see almost nothing but that. We were fighting some upper level winds a little bit earlier. That's why we moved into our launch window. But the great news is we are looking go for launch. Also, we're monitoring the range. So air and sea space out in the Gulf and also in the Indian Ocean on the other side of the world, not tracking any issues there. Now, today's countdown functionally going to look pretty similar to most people. There's a couple of differences in timing for some of those major milestones, like when we start loading propellant, when the diverter turns on and the water's flowing, when the engines start up. But otherwise, other than that, all of the hardware brand new. New booster, new ship, new engines, new pad. Let's nerd out. Let's dive right into it. So there it is on the pad. Say hello to Starship version 3. As Kate noted, some of the outside might look familiar, but we've made extensive upgrades across every single system. Start with the big picture, because Starship still very, very big. Just over 407 feet tall, fully stacked, a little bit taller than version 2. With that extra stretch, we can carry even more propellant, but big rocket. The bottom half is our super heavy booster, and there are some pretty visible structural changes on the outside. We'll jump in. You've got version 3 on the left there, version 2 on the right. At the very top, we've changed from a one-time use hot stage adapter that used to pop off to one that's fully integrated for reusability. And Starship's Raptors are actually going to be igniting directly on top of the booster's fuel tank.
Because like
the fuel tank pressure itself and then a non-structural layer of steel, it's what's protecting the top of that booster when we do hot stage separation. Moving down a little bit, we went from 4 grid fins to 3. We made them 50% bigger and higher strength. Just a reminder, that's what booster's using to kind of steer itself as it's flying back for a catch. We're also now going to use those grid fins for lift and catch itself. We zoom in a little bit and you can see new catch points now on those grid fin structures.
Yeah, I'm also really curious to see
moving
if
inside the rocket, we redesigned the fuel transfer tube. This is the really big tube inside the rocket that's moving all of that liquid methane.
Flipping the booster in the desired direction. Oh yeah. Obviously the Falcon head or the Falcon 9 booster size. That's for tube. Oh yeah. Like, yeah, you can just see how much the Pez dispenser system has changed. It looks a lot less like something that they just threw together, and it looked more like a purpose-built system. I mean, like, it looked like they had a bike chain on the Pez dispenser last version, but hey, you know, it's a prototype. This is what these test flights are for. But it's amazing to see them moving like that. Looks like a very purpose-built system, and I'm really excited to see how it performs today. Oh, yeah. It's like, in my opinion, the most badass rocket engine ever made, the Raptor 3. It's so slim, a CEO, well, former CEO, I guess, called it partially assembled. So it's, you could tell how slimmed down it is. I mean, just look at it. It makes other rocket engines look like just birds' nests. Oh no.
Seeing these things. Now, we make these Raptors in Hawthorne. There's our Hawthorne manufacturing team getting ready to see their engines fly in space for the very first time. Huge shout out to you guys. You're all wizards. Appreciate you getting us some vehicles on the pad today. But incredible amount of effort. World's best engineering team works here at SpaceX. Get this rocket to that pad ready to launch. And we've been trying to follow more of it and document some of it. And if you haven't seen it, check out our new docu-series, Starship.
Yeah, I really hope they release another episode in that series after.
We've really, built this rocket from scratch, but we've also built the pad from scratch, so it's all kinds of new systems. This will be the first time that we bring together the pad and vehicle pieces to make sure that they all work.
Static fire vehicle is in pre-pad clear, about to get to our static fire pad clear top state.
We run 60 seconds on ship because you get to see how the vehicle thermals all shake out and just general vehicle performance.
That if you can make it through that you are in a reasonable position to go fly.
Start up. Throttle up. +10.
The journey of SpaceX is a journey to give humans access to the solar system and beyond, which is really the goal for Starship.
Plus 20.
The impact that this rocket is going to have on the world, I don't think most people can really comprehend the change it's going to have.
Plus 30.
This is such a wild ride. The highs are high, the lows are low, as we really work to get to ultimately launching people, which is going to be amazing.
Plus 40.
It is not impossible just because it's far beyond what has been done before. We've proved that time and time again.
Plus 50.
We should be into ship
Full duration.
drop load.
Oh man,
there's
like
the
Dan
full
said, we've
duration
got the
static
world's
fire.
best engineering team, and I love this docu-series because it's
the
allowing
ship.
us to get a peek behind the curtains.
Yeah, the full thing is 25 minutes long, and I think I've watched it 4 or 5 times already. That's how good it is.
Same.
But yeah, so just as the team has been working hard on a brand new rocket, we've also redesigned the
Bridge
ground
ship
system.
LOX load.
The brand new Pad
Big
2
news.
that you can see on your screen here is making its big debut today.
We took everything we learned from
see
operating
the
on
tower
Pad
vents
1
has,
to create this
pretty much
totally new
stopped
launch pad.
because
Pad
we
2
are
is
in
optimized for full
ship
and
LOX
rapid
load instead of just
reusability.
dumping
We've
the
upgraded our
propellants out.
propellant farm with
They're
much more
closing that
storage
valve
and
and
more
letting the
pumps to
propellants
enable
flow
super fast filling
into the
for
ship,
launch and
into the
relaunch.
booster.
On the tower, we changed to shorter chopsticks, which enable
really
even
just fuel the
faster
vehicle.
motion to better track vehicles flying in for catch.
Yeah, we also changed the actuators driving those chopsticks from hydraulics to 100% electromechanical, increasing their speed, redundancy, and reliability. On the ground, the launch mount was completely redesigned, and if I had to describe it in one
All
word,
tanks should
I'd say
be
it's
getting
robust.
fueled right now.
With the extensive concrete and steel
So,
cladding,
I'll update
it almost
the
feels like you're
timeline
looking
if
at
I
a
see
battleship,
the
not a launch pad.
frost.
But it's also smarter. We've separated the fuel and ox systems into different compartments and repositioned the booster quick disconnects to be out of the vehicle's plume during liftoff.
Yeah, and perhaps the most obvious change, we've now got a bi-directional
Let's just
flame
so epic that the
diverter. We
gateway
said
to
goodbye
Mars
to
sign
the
is back.
pancake, and a new
Because,
top
it
deck
truly is the
flame
gateway to Mars
deflector
still
to
does.
eliminate metal wearing down, which will help us get to zero refurbishment between launches. In fact, that new flame trench and the new chopsticks are featured here on our new Pad 2 launch shirts. This launch pad is built for maximum safety and fast turnaround because making life multiplanetary will require launching a lot of starships. And as the countdown continues, let's change gears for a moment and head over to Tyler Lionquist in Hawthorne to talk about
Oh.
And like Jake mentioned earlier, on today's flight, we're deploying 20 Starlink simulators, plus 2 modified Starlink satellites.
Oh, these are the
which
first
our team
images of them.
internally refers
Yeah, that looks closer to an actual Starlink than
tanks that it sticks out from both ends of the satellite.
That's probably why they switched
You
it
can
to
see it right
instead of
there.
saying
It is
modified Starlink simulators.
just missing some mustard and
on
onions. So the
on the
Dodger Dog
wording,
serves as a tech
they
demo
actually changed
between the
it to
V2 and the
modified
V3 Starlink satellites, and will act as
That-
a platform for
I mean, it
testing
has
those
the
V3
radiators.
components. So the larger V3
that's
satellites
the
aim
real
to
deal
greatly
right there.
expand the network's capacity, while V3 hardware is designed to support faster
I mean,
Wi-Fi
it's-
and improved broadband speeds to customers while providing a significant capacity upgrade from the V2 Mini. And in addition to delivering future V3 satellites to the Starlink network, we believe Starship will enable us to launch our AI satellites. As you may have seen during the TerraFab event in Austin a few months ago, Elon laid out the path to revolutionize cloud computing and AI infrastructure, leveraging the unlimited power of the sun, targeting 100 gigawatts to 1 terawatt of AI computing power annually.
We have
and from there, we're looking at connectivity
ship
beyond our planet too.
and booster,
Building on the technologies
liquid
used to connect
methane
people on Earth, the Starlink
loading
team is exploring using
starting.
Starlink to enable high bandwidth
So they will make
connectivity
a lunar
around the
relay
moon.
shell. Okay.
With a constellation of
This is what I
satellites
really
designed
love
to
about these
connect to
streams. They
user
just, like-
terminals on the lunar surface, we
they
could
just, like,
relay
give you
data
this
back
info.
to
It's
our
like,
Starlink
oh, I never knew that they
constellation
would do
in
that.
Earth orbit. So traditionally,
Almost, like, very
deep
curious.
space
I imagine
comms
that
have
they'll-
relied on
they might
radio
also make a
frequency
Mars
transmission. This new design
constellation.
would use lasers to relay data back to Earth, which can massively increase the bandwidth available to future lunar missions. We currently have thousands of lasers operating in our Starlink constellation around Earth. Deploying that technology around the moon could connect it with hundreds of terabits of capacity. Together, this could provide the connectivity backbone between the Earth and the Moon and enable gigabit connectivity anywhere on the lunar surface, providing data for rovers, habitats, and astronauts, and hopefully some incredible views for us back on Earth too. So all of that adds up to a lot of satellites, but the good news is that there's still plenty of space in space. But that said, the Starlink team takes space safety extremely seriously, and we work hard to encourage best practices across the entire industry so space stays open for as many people as possible.
There are tens of thousands of known space debris in low Earth orbit right now. All of that debris comes from man-made activities.
A lot of people talk about space being really congested, and they show this dust cloud around the Earth of all these points, and it looks like space is super, super crowded. I think if you take all the spacecraft that are in orbit, it's equivalent to about 3 aircraft flying over California at one time. So space is so much bigger, so many dimensions that are much beyond what we can comprehend.
Oh yeah,
but even
so
though
big, but
it's
important
big,
that we
there's
make
still
sure
is a
that
potential that
at
these
this
satellites
stage,
could
we're still
collide and could
making
hit
sure
each
that
other
we
if we don't
space.
proactively share information.
The orbit of objects follow Kepler's laws of motion, explained by Newton's laws of gravitation. So they orbit the Earth in very predictable trajectories, as long as another force doesn't act on them. So you can reasonably fit millions of satellites into an orbital shell with that math. Obviously, to make that happen, you have to have really tight coordination between all those satellites, and everything has to work really well together. Starlink satellites make something like 1,000 collision avoidance maneuvers on a daily basis. We predict that a close approach will occur between another satellite or a piece of space debris. We use the thruster of the satellite to make a maneuver and keep away from the trajectory of that object and reduce the probability of collision to effectively zero. Because most of the actual collision risk comes from the surface area of the solar panels, we lower the solar panels to reduce the cross-section in the plane of the close approach to further reduce risk. On Starlink, I'm also excited to talk about a program we call Stargaze. Cameras on the satellites looking up into space, measuring the star field. You can imagine 10,000 satellites staring up into space and detecting all the objects in low Earth orbit. You effectively almost have a real-time view of what's happening in the low Earth orbit environment. So we began detecting objects and fitting orbits to those objects, and currently we're tracking about 50% of the objects with perigees below 600 kilometers.
So we believe
this
that Raptor
project
Chill
has opened our eyes a bit to the activities that are occurring in space that are not being published. So we have many examples in Starlink satellite footage where an object came within tens of meters of a Starlink satellite, yet this was not predicted. This is extremely concerning because this type of incident could have resulted in a collision.
Last year we flew 165 missions to space. As an industry leader, we would like to create a community where all industry providers share data back and forth. They tell us where their spacecraft are, they track their spacecraft as soon as they're deployed, they make them available to others so we know where everyone is. You know, there's some thought that if I keep my satellite position confidential and I don't share that with anyone, no one will know where my satellite is. Well, I think that's really fictitious. So we at SpaceX, we've taken the opposite approach. We've published all our data, we put all our ephemeris data out, we show where our satellites are, we show where we're maneuvering, and I think we're now showing the industry that there is no competitive advantage by not sharing your data. We're demonstrating to the outside world what good practices are. We as an industry have a tremendous obligation at this time, at this formative state, to actually communicate with each other, share best practices, and be good stewards amongst each other. It'll make us better as an industry. It'll give us an industry of the future that will continue to grow, continue to innovate, and help every company to grow and generate revenue.
To maintain safety in low Earth orbit, it's incredibly important that we work together as satellite satellite operator is one who either doesn't know where their spacecraft is or where it's going to go, or isn't broadcasting. it's going, and make sure you have the tools to ensure that that information is accurate all the time.
Rooster, sometimes like freezes up. I'm not sure why. It just
Starlink's future is bright and helping ensure space safety for all operators along the way. Now let's take a look into the flight profile for today's test. As we've mentioned a few times already, there are numerous redesigns making their debut today across the entire launch vehicle. In light of this, we want to keep our learning focused on all that new hardware and software, so we're running a flight profile similar to our last 2 Starship flights in order to minimize new variables.
Yeah, and we'll start with liftoff, where Super Heavy ignites 33 brand new Raptor 3 engines. We power through ascent ahead of hot stage separation. Booster shuts down all but 5 sustainer engines. Stage 2 lights its Raptor engines while still attached to Super Heavy. We get to see stage separation debuting the integrated hot stage. Directional booster flip, engine relight, and boost back using 33 engines. And after coasting for a few minutes, the booster today will target a landing burn and soft splashdown a few miles off the coast from Starbase.
Yeah, ship does a bunch of fun things like deploying 20 Starlink simulator satellites, 2 of them Dodger Dogs as we affectionately call them, single engine Raptor relight, and then re-entry. Everybody's favorite part, lots of fun Technicolor colors that will be brought to us by Starlink. And if all of that goes as planned, we will finish the test with a flip, a landing burn, and a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Actually, in just a few moments, thanks to Starlink, we'll be going live to the Indian Ocean and chatting with the ship recovery team stationed out there.
I'm so excited for that. That's going to be awesome.
So cool.
But sit tight, because first we're going to go to Dan for a quick status check.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Everything's still looking good. We are not tracking any issues technically on the vehicle or on the pad. Range status continues to be good, both the range out here in the Gulf and out in the Indian Ocean. As you can see, we have started our propellant load. That happened at about 36 minutes before T0. We're loading about 20% faster on Pad 2 than we did on Pad 1. Our flight director, Ty Huntington's back in the chair again. He was there for Starship's first flight test and 11 back for V3. He did that final go, no go at about T-minus 1 hour. We do start loading on ship first. That happened at about T-minus 37. Booster follows about 1 minute later, starting with its liquid oxygen and then its liquid methane. And then ship fuel is the last one to kick off about T-minus 35. We're going to continue loading all of this propellant on board until about 3 minutes right before launch. 3 minutes 20 on ship, 2 minutes 50 on the booster. So we go pretty much right down to the wire. But as of this moment, still looking good. T0 set for 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Continuing to load prop, continuing to count down. All right. If you've been following along with these launches, you know we've been sending these suborbital and they splash down in the Indian Ocean. How the heck do we see some of that? Well, we have our recovery team, our Starship recovery team, and one of their primary jobs is to get those re-entry views and a whole lot more. We're going to take them now. We're joining them out in the Indian Ocean. We've got Suren Sinai standing by, taking a moment from the recovery ops. He might be frozen. Let me know if you can hear me, Suren. How's everything looking out there in the ocean?
Dan, I can hear you loud and clear. We're sitting in about 8-foot waves, but it's looking like a clear day, ready for a ship to come on through.
All right, man. How many of these have you done? And like, walk us through. What's the recovery team's primary job out there?
Let's be on one of those boats during that. That look awesome.
I've done 6 and now 7 of these missions, and with every mission we've seen it evolve, and but our primary goal has always been to clear the range. So just like we do over in the Gulf, the same kind of happens here. We send 1 to 2 boats out and we make sure there's nothing in the area so that the rocket is clear to land. And then once we can guarantee that and have the rocket leave the pad, then we can proceed to imagery collection. So we have
All right, we'll see if we can get him back, but they're out there in the Indian Ocean. I think everyone's familiar. They've got the buoy cams. They've got the drones that are going to be going up, so we're going to be cutting back to them live once they get.
We should have.
They've been doing some practice stuff. We've been able to shoot some of this. So there you can see Suren getting those buoy boats. So they're basically out there. They're deploying these boats in the splashdown zone. If you get a live view from one of these boats, that tells you that we're pretty much nailing our target on that. And then Suren and a couple of our other recovery folks out there are going to be flying drones to hopefully get that imagery of Starship coming back. It's super critical for us to see just how that heat shield performed after re-entry, and just having them out there remote, just in the middle of nowhere, plays just a really critical role in just rapid iteration on Starship and its heat shield. So looking forward to hopefully seeing some views from them a little bit later. But for now, let's head back down to Kate and Jake for the latest progress at Cape Canaveral in Florida.
Thanks, Dan. Now, if we want to get to the moon and then Mars as fast as possible, there's really only one answer: launch a lot more rockets.
Yeah, and to do that, we're going to need a few more launch pads and support buildings, which is exactly what we're working on.
SpaceX almost pretty much just confirmed that they're gonna make a Louisiana starbase as well.
SpaceX reactivated the pad in 2017.
Yeah, it's crazy that it's that many. Fun fact, I actually hosted the live webcast for our very first ongoing there on your screen. It's designed to expand our capabilities to support Starship launches in the future, while also continuing to support Falcon Heavy missions from the original Apollo Shuttle Falcon launch tower.
Yeah, and we're also building a Starship launch pad at Slick 37 for Apollo and then the space.
Oh dear. One sec,
Bill Riley, our favorite webcast visitor, to talk about the moon.
That's right, Kate. Yeah, crashing the webcast again. Bill Riley, VP of Starship Engineering.
Okay, we're just gonna
Starship Vice President of Engineering.
Quickly taking shape with our very first launches on the horizon.
Yes, a horizon that aims for regular trips to the moon.
Really excited for Gigabat.
Now, staying with the lunar conversation, we're going to head back up to Dan, who has Starship Vice President of Engineering, Bill Riley, our favorite webcast visitor, to talk about the moon.
That's right, Kate. Yeah, crashing the webcast again. Bill Riley, VP of Starship Engineering. Thanks for coming, Bill. We wanted a couple of minutes to geek out about the moon. Artemis 2 just flew humans around the moon for the first time in 50 years, more than 50 years. I personally was wildly caught up in it. I don't know how you felt about the whole thing.
Yeah, I found it really inspirational. I think part of being a spacefaring civilization is being out there exploring, and I thought Artemis 2 got us back to the moon and back exploring and being out farther than we had been before.
It's always wild when you see space stuff kind of break through into the mainstream. And it felt like that really did it. And I mean, that's going to continue happening. We're looking at a higher cadence of missions in Artemis, and Starship's obviously going to play a pretty big role in the entire Artemis program. But what's kind of next on the horizon?
I think what's exciting about Artemis 3 is you'll see the landers introduced now. So maybe we're talking to NASA about doing an Earth orbit rendezvous where the Starship-based lander could be in proximity to Orion or even more. I think that's really the next step. Prove out those landers close to home in Earth orbit, and then looking ahead, going to the moon.
And we're debuting V3 now, and just some of the stuff that's now on this version of Starship is going to directly enable some of that, or it's planned to, correct?
That's right. So V3 is exciting because it really introduces it's designed to introduce all these fundamental foundational features that allow us to go out past the Earth. So for example, there's many features, but some that are visible are the docking adapters below the PEZ door that you'll notice on the as-built ship. And then as we look out past V3, there's other configurations of Starship. There is a tanker that takes the propellant to dock with the lander that will land on the moon. And think of the on-orbit propellant transfer as sort of like the gas station in the sky. And then that gas station will be what we call the depot.
And then the plan now and the plan's been, but it's really emphasized now. We're not just going for flags and footprints. We're talking permanent infrastructure on the moon, right?
That's right. We have to build up to that capacity. So the first landers will be, a new set of boot prints to kind of start a new generation of explorers. Then we'll build into cargo landers like you see here, maybe bringing down a rover to the surface. Some infrastructure might even be staying inside the landers. And then as we look to an even brighter future, having a permanent presence in a moon base.
Yeah, I'm ready for the moon base. I need to go to the moon. That's definitely in my. It sounds like a hell of a week-long vacation or one heck of a trip. But and I mean, this is the next step on making life multiplanetary, right?
Absolutely. It's literally the next planetary body we need to get to. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Bill. I'm going to let you jump back in there as we get ready to launch this rocket. Thanks for nerding out on the moon with me for a couple of minutes. But we're not done. We got a little bit of more cool news. Stick around. Last year, the From 2 crew made history. They were the first astronauts ever to explore Earth's polar regions from space in Dragon. I got to catch up with that mission commander from that, Chun Wang. He was visiting one of the most remote places on the planet, and he had some exciting news. Awesome to talk to you. Start me off. Where the heck are you right now?
Thank you for joining me to Fui Island, and this isolated island in the South Atlantic. It's arguably the most remote island in the world.
It looks super isolated. You're only there with a couple of people. Kind of feels like a space mission to me. So let's just jump right in. You are going to be on the first interplanetary mission on a Starship.
So it's going to be a flyby mission of Mars. So a lot of people are talking about
that's the first confirmed crew member.
Mars will be like. We're going to fly to Mars. We're going to land on Mars. We're going to build city on Mars. But let's get it started with a flyby.
I thought they were going to go straight to
Mars. That's a heck of a trip. But you're kind of built for this kind of mission, right? Because if you're not landing on the surface, you're spending a long time going out there. You're going to fly by it. It's going to be like just an insane couple of hours, and then it's a big trip back home. How are you kind of built to handle this kind of a journey?
This actually myself.
SpaceX needs to give me a call.
I can stare at the map view on airplane all the way.
All right, we just crossed our 11 minutes.
Takeoff to landing.
Launch,
so I think I'm enjoying the trip.
So it's not just the Mars flight. You're also going to be taking a trip around the moon, right? So kind of do that step before heading all the way out to Mars.
Yes, because even though it's before.
How do you kind of see these types of missions in kind of the grand scheme of everything?
It will light the fire.
It's gigantic news. Like that's the
imagination.
Like,
and it's
this is the first
momentum.
person that's like confirmed.
After we
they're gonna
come back from Mars, we'll have an opportunity
Earth's
to
sphere
take some real
They're
photos.
the first person in human
Mars.
history like
Mars will no longer
they
become a distant
Earth's
space.
sphere of influence.
It will become reality.
Well, Chun, thanks for calling in from the other side of the planet. Super cool location, super cool to talk to you. And I mean, exciting. Wow. You're going to get on Starship. You're going to go around the moon and then do the first flyby of Mars.
It's awesome.
Insanely exciting stuff.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Cross through T-minus 10 minutes.
Oh man, fireworks indeed. Just incredible to be one of the first humans to become an interplanetary traveler, while also joining Starship's first mission to fly past the moon.
Yeah, Chun is certainly a one-of-a-kind explorer. And it's even more exciting to know everyone.
Yeah, if what you just heard excites you, challenges you, inspires you, we'd like to hear from you. Come join our team. Be one of the people walking past us out to the lawn to watch the world's best rocket launch. Help shape the literal future of humanity. Now, we need the best and the brightest, and we need you right now.
Yeah, and we have tons of openings all across the company where we're looking for talented engineers and technicians at all of our sites, including McGregor, Texas, where we test every single one of these Raptor V3 engines behind us, Bastrop, Texas, where we
I'd have to
build and
figure out the whole
assemble Starlink
ITAR
user
situation
terminals.
'cause I'm Canadian. But
We also need help up in Redmond, Washington. That's Starlink's global headquarters, where, among other things, we manufacture Starlink satellites. If you like the fall weather, that might be the place for you. And as you've seen throughout today's show, there is a tremendous amount of activity happening right here at Starbase Texas. Here and everywhere, it's all part of the incredible opportunity that we have
that news,
to build the future of humanity.
That's some of the biggest news.
Yeah, so if you're interested, visit spacex.com/careers to see these and all of our other openings.
Now, I can tell you that the crowd is certainly starting to grow. Behind us, you see the launch pad there for yourself. Once again, this is the first flight test of Starship version 3. This will be the first time that we are debuting this booster, this ship, the launch pad that you see there. And you can see people walking over my shoulder here as our colleagues are moving in masses to go watch this liftoff in just over 7.5 minutes from now. It's pretty exciting stuff.
It's pretty exciting, and as a reminder, we're only a mile and a half away here, so we are very close, about as close as you can be, and we're definitely expecting to feel it.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jake. Hi. Do we have a mic? Hello. For those of you that might not know.
Who's that? How are you guys?
Welcome, Nikki. It's so nice to have you here.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Oh my gosh. What do you think the Barbs are going to say when they see you here at Starbase?
They better say all good things. But they're going to be excited, and they're probably going to want to come themselves next time.
I mean, anybody can come and watch the launches. It's super accessible to the public, so we welcome that.
Okay, Barbs, come on down, because this is a lot of fun. I'm excited. Is it about to happen any minute?
So you see that number right there in the top left corner, 6.5 minutes.
6 minutes left?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, but this is historic. This is a major moment, y'all.
Yeah.
It is.
Is this your first rocket launch that you've seen live?
Yes.
You do not need rocket launch.
How do you feel?
Very, very excited.
Becoming F1 grid walk.
Might be like.
I just noticed your shirt. You've got the right swag.
I love this shirt.
It's a great shirt. I have one as well.
And it's a great name, Starship.
I mean, how did you predict the future? Starships are meant to fly.
I do not know. But major shout out to Elon. Elon, thank you for everything that you're doing.
If there's any celebrity
for
that
humanity.
doesn't know much about Starship, that would be
for
fine
sure.
with.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much.
Well,
All right, we want to watch the launch with you, so we'll take this back because this is too loud to take outside.
Would be Nicki Minaj.
Wow, what a moment. And with that, great timing. We're now at 5.5 minutes. This brings us into terminal count. Dan, man, the anticipation is certainly growing here in the lobby and out on the lawn. What is it like up there?
Yeah,
it's important to keep in mind.
We are getting into the final phase of our propellant loading.
It's going to be about 3 seconds ahead.
Almost entirely full on ship on our main, still doing the header tanks, and we're looking well in excess of 90% of the booster.
Well,
so
Starship
we are looking
lifts
good.
off.
Still not tracking any range, any weather issues today. Not tracking any technical problems on the vehicle, on the launch pad. Looking good for liftoff in just under 5 minutes. Once we're done with propellant loading on the booster, you have over 11.5 million pounds of that liquid methane, liquid oxygen on those two stages.
Full Starship.
After that, we have to essentially get the pad ready for launch. We'll do something called pushbacks, where all of those lines running underground from the propellant farm up to the vehicle, they're going to clear back. They're going to push all that propellant back into kind of the bunker area around the prop farm.
This is getting very
exciting. And just basically get the pad ready. We'll see the vehicles do their final thrust vector control checkout.
2 minutes
so
and
when
50
we
seconds, we should
snoop
have
in, we should see the engines do kind of final wiggle checks. That's how we steer the rocket. We're going to do those about T-minus 100 seconds, so a minute 40. And then once we pass the T-minus 40-second gate, if we do need to hold, that is still built in at T-minus 40 seconds. It's built into the countdown. We can pause if we need anything like those pushbacks to complete. If we need anything on the rocket to get ready, we can hold there. We'll only stop if we have an issue, Not currently tracking one. We have one item that might hold us up a little bit, just based off of what we've seen in recent static fires, but that's typically only been hanging out for a couple of extra seconds.
You're gonna tell us what that is, or?
And then once we pass.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that moment is called the QD, or quick disconnect. All the gas commodity lines that connect the pad to the vehicles. Both the ship and the booster configure their comm systems for flight and are rapidly running leak checks on gas and fluid tanks. The booster goes to internal power and its engines get their final priming for launch, while the ship's engines begin their ascent bleed profile and arms the automatic flight safety system.
Yeah, and once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, we still have the ability to rapidly recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds and hold there to assess what happened, review the data, and decide if we can proceed again all the way down to T0. We estimate we have around 5 minutes of hold time there. The flame diverter on pad 2 activates at around T-minus 17 seconds, and it enters what is essentially the point of no return at T-minus 10 seconds. And there's a chance we could recycle, but the closer we get to T-minus 10, the lower that chance becomes.
All right, we are coming up on 2 minutes. We have completed propellant loading on the booster. Just shut down the fuel pump for loading onto the ship, so we're closing all of that out now.
On both the vehicles
2 minutes to go.
Complete.
One kind of exciting aspect to V3,
So
we're not going to start the engines up in kind of different sets. All 33 of those Raptors going to turn on all at once. And you're going to see the booster move off the pad a whole lot quicker.
Well, it is slightly staggered, but like the gap between each
Once again, if you've just joined us, this is the first flight for version 3 of Starship.
Like if you compare
the ship, which is the upper part, the black part there at the top, the booster, which is the part below that, have been completely redesigned, as well as the launch pad that you see it sitting at, as well as the engines that power both the ship and the booster. Today's test flight is a massive step forward in our developmental program.
All right, and we're coming up here on T-minus 1 minute. So let's go to the pad and let the rocket do the talking as V3 fully comes alive.
T-minus 1 minute.
We are 1 minute from flight of the first V3 Starship. Alright, I'm gonna turn my face cam off, and we're just gonna let the oh no. Apologies. Okay. Oh.
Alright, so we did hit the hold at T-minus 40. Again, this is something that is built into the timeline. Not surprising, as we are doing this first flight off of pad 2. Sounds like we might already be clear. We held for a second just to make sure that the quick disconnect vents were basically ready for their final throwbacks.
Okay, so just fair.
We'll hang tight for a couple of seconds. I think we're about to reset. And the reset is
count.
Counting down. First flight of Starship V3. Psych, back to rapid recycle. All right, so hold here for a second. Looks like we're still managing some pressures in the ship quick disconnect. All right, still gonna hang out for a couple of seconds here at T-minus 40. Again, not surprising. This is new vehicle, new pad, doing all these things for the very first time. Right now we are holding, looking at some pressures in the quick disconnect, and hold reset, and we're rolling.
Waiting for those magic words from the launch director.
Flight directors, go up to launch.
And there's the magic words, vehicle. Bro!
back to rapid recycle, so we're going to hold at T-minus 40 again. Hang tight for a second, we'll see what tripped this last one. As a reminder, we can hang out for quite a few minutes at T-minus 40 if we need the extra time. You're not actively loading propellant onto the vehicle anymore, so the main thing you're kind of keeping an eye on is all of the temperatures inside those propellant tanks. All right, we're continuing to hang out here at T-minus 40. Team's taking a look right now at our diverter, so that water diverter underneath the system did trip a hold, but that basically just gives the team the chance to look at it, see if it's something that we need to troubleshoot in data or if it's something that we can clear this hold. So continuing to hang tight, T-minus 40 seconds. Starship and Super Heavy fully loaded on the pad.
Okay.
Clock is rolling.
Here we go. Clock is continuing. Come on.
2S30, flight directors, go for launch.
Bro!
And we kick back to rapid recycle again.
Holy.
Taking a look at some of the sensors on the arm that manages the quick disconnect to the ship.
Okay, so on the SQD arm, different thing that tripped the hold.
I promise we're not just trying to prolong the anticipation. Team's taking a look. We've got a couple more minutes where we can hang out here. Again, it's not an unlimited time to pause at T-minus 40. We're keeping an eye on the propellant temperatures inside the vehicles. So we've got probably about 3 minutes or so left of hold time.
Come on, just please launch.
Team's taking a look at the hold that tripped on that arm for the quick disconnect on the tower. Continuing to hold, got a couple minutes to try and clear this issue.
SpaceX decal on the ship.
Still holding T-minus 40, still troubleshooting this issue. Probably got about a minute or a minute and a half left of hold time.
A very cool shot from inside the engine bay. You can just see the cryogenics, the vapor from the cryogenics.
Flight control team confirms still working through the issue.
Okay.
Still have a short amount of hold time still remaining. Still holding T-minus 40. All right, still continuing to hold here at T-minus 40. While we do that, the team's looking at temperatures of the propellant inside those tanks. We kind of check that against simulations that we've run in the past. There's some margin in those. We're still holding, no decision yet. Sounding like we have the fix in place.
Okay.
Hold reset, clocks is rolling.
Bro, I swear to God, I'm fucking losing it.
Back into rapid recycle. Alright, we're back at our T-minus 40 hold. Standing by to see what tripped us this time. All right, it is sounding like we are not going to be able to clear this issue in time today, so we are going to be standing down from a launch. So, totally loaded. We hit a couple of different holds as we work through that count. Again, new rocket, new pad. We're learning about a lot about these systems as we execute them for the first time, and we're not able to basically troubleshoot all of these issues in those final seconds to get to launch. Flight tomorrow. We do have the ability to essentially rapidly recycle. We are expecting to be able to make another flight attempt tomorrow, but obviously stay tuned to our social media at SpaceX on X and our website spacex.com for updates. So no flight today. We will give it another try tomorrow.
Oh. Guess we're not gonna fly today. Yeah, well. Oh, we'll see the possibility tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll be able to fly tomorrow, but. Yeah, really unfortunate that they couldn't fly today. They'll troubleshoot those issues, and really hoping to have a successful launch tomorrow. They're going to start the So yeah, that's gonna about do it for today. And it's not working again. All right, cool. So yeah, I really hope to see you guys again. I mean, I'm really hoping it's tomorrow that they launch. And this isn't working. All right. Well, guess not working. Yeah, I'll hopefully see you guys tomorrow. So have a good rest of your day. See you guys.